of these very twin towers. This is the big story that we continue to track on the broadcast, all set to come down because of a court-ordered demolition. This is going to be the tallest building, remember, in the country, and come to think of it, it is illegal. This is the third tallest building in the world, ladies and gentlemen, that we're talking about. Taller than the Qutub Minar. That's the significance of these Supertech twin towers, and these are because of the collusion between the Supertech builders from all politicians and also people who are involved when it comes to the administration. My colleague Akash, who's been tracking all the developments. to my colleague Yash. Yash, you are at Silver City, very, very close to Emerald Court. Now, Emerald Court's one tower was as close as 9 meters to the twin towers that have just been demolished. That was the kind of closeness and proximity that we're talking about, and hence the worry was a lot, because the impact of the demolition and the effects on the already standing buildings is going to be something. We were told that the glass doors and windows might get shattered. Do we have a word around that, or is it too early to ascertain the impact on the buildings which are in the vicinity of the one standing twin towers?
Ria, is actually quite, it's too early to say something on those lines, because it's just been 25 minutes since the implosion happened, and you rightly mentioned that one of the major worry was that particular tower of Emerald Court, which was approximately 9 to 10 meters away from the very implosion site where these towers have been demolished today. And what we're given to understand, the inspection of the site on the expected lines have also begun. As I can also tell you that the moment the implosion happened, the moments just 5 to 6 minutes after that, we also saw some of the ambulances rushing to the site of this implosion. We cannot speculate anything. It could be some routine exercise which was
मैं लिख रही हूँ रवि एंड शालिनी डूइंग सीपी फाइट, ठीक है? रेडी फॉर यू। निकालिए पीछे निकालिए।
अब जो डेमोलिशन की बात की स्थिति है, सब कुछ अंडर कंट्रोल है।
देखिए, लार्जली जो पूरी एक्सरसाइज है एज पर प्लान्स थी, और उसका एग्जीक्यूशन बिल्कुल एज पर प्लान हुआ है। बाकी अभी एक्सपर्ट टीम्स जो है वो मौके पे हैं, वो असेसमेंट कर रहे हैं। हम लोग भी अब उधर ही जा रहे हैं। उनका असेसमेंट के बाद जो है आपको फिर अपडेट देंगे।
क्या डेब्रिस सर अंदर तक घुसी है क्या? जो
ये एक्सपर्ट जो मौके पर हैं वही बता पाएंगे। अभी यहाँ से जो अभी तक पता चला है कि लार्जली इट इज एज पर द प्लान्स।
ये सक्सेसफुल हो गया, क्या आगे भी ऐसे ही डिमोलाइज किया जाएगा? जो भी भ्रष्ट भूमाफिया होंगे या ऐसे कार्रवाई होगी?
दिस इज अ हाइपोथेटिकल क्वेश्चन।
अच्छा सर, जो सोसाइटी के लोग हैं वो कब तक आगे रह पाएंगे?
नोएडा सीईओ सब कुछ बोलना चाह रही हैं।
ब्लास्ट लार्जली सक्सेसफुल है। बाकी एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग और जेट डिमोलिशन सीबीआरआई की टीम इस वक्त मौके पे है, तो कोई लेफ्ट ओवर एक्सप्लोजिव्स ना हो इसको चेक कर रहे हैं। जो डिमोलिशन वेस्ट था वो सारा लार्जली साइट के अंदर ही है। थोड़ा सा मलबा रोड पे और एटीएस की वॉल की तरफ गया है। बाकी जो लार्जर डिटेल्स हैं साइट पे चेक हो रहे हैं। डस्ट क्लाउड जैसा हम सभी लोगों ने देखा, इमीडिएटली डिसिपिएट हो गया था। हमारी सारी मशीनरी, स्मॉग गन्स, स्वीपिंग मशीन्स, वाटर टैंकर साइट पे ऑपरेशनल हो गई हैं। विद इन हाफ एन आवर जो अंदर का जोन है जो बैरिकेड किया गया था, जैसे ही अंदर से क्लियरेंस आएगी अंदर की साइट में भी क्लिनजिंग का काम शुरू हो जाएगा। तो लार्जली ऑल इज ओके। बाकी जो डिटेल्स है दे विल बी क्लियर मोर आफ्टर 1.5 आवर, 1 घंटे बाद। जो लोग रह रहे हैं उनको देखिए, इसके बाद एक तो क्लीनिंग कराई जाएगी, दूसरा जो गैस की सप्लाई है वो रिस्टोर कराई जाएगी, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कनेक्शन रिस्टोर कराया जाएगा। 6:30 के बाद जो दोनों बिल्डिंग्स हैं उनके रेजिडेंट्स को अंदर आने की परमिशन, दैट हैज ऑलरेडी बीन कम्युनिकेटेड।
All right, we just heard those important reactions that are coming right after this implosion that has taken place. We heard the Noida Authority CEO at the moment, who was actually taking stock of the situation right after that implosion has taken place. We also had the Noida Police Commissioner, who also said that right now things have gone as planned. My colleague Siddhant is also with me on the broadcast to take us through all that has happened ever since this implosion at 2:30 that has taken place. Siddhant, do we know, has it gone as planned, or we are yet to ascertain about the safety of the buildings that were in the vicinity of the once standing twin towers, the Supertech twin towers?
Well, yes, that's right, Greha. We were listening to Alok Singh, Commissioner of Police. Noida, and Ritu Maheshwari, CEO of Noida Authority. So these two top bureaucrats have assured that largely there has been no damage, and in fact there are some teams which are already on ground zero, and I can see the convoy of the senior officials of Noida district heading to the ground zero. Now we have been told that at around 6:30 the residents will be allowed to come back to their apartments. The gas pipeline, gas supply will be restored, and once the inspection will be over. Now, right now, the blasters are inspecting the site. The other technicians are inspecting the site. The senior officials are going to the site to take stock of the situation, to speak to the blasters. Has there been any damage that has happened, or is it completely safe for the residents to get inside? But largely we have been told that everything was controlled and no damage has occurred. There was a dust cloud which we could see, which was up to few meters in the sky, but in few minutes only, with the help of sprinklers, water tankers, and in fact the anti-smog guns. In fact, that dust cloud also diminished.
All right, Siddhant, I'm sorry I'd interrupt you there for a bit. Let me quickly play out those reactions of the Noida top cop, the police commissioner, and also the Noida Authority CEO. Let's listen into what they have said once again. I'll come back to you.
Cover of corruption. What are your views about this, sir?
It is as per the plans. The teams were working for this execution of the Honorable Supreme Court's order, and largely it is as per the plans. We are going to the site to assess the remnants which are there.
What are the three aspects which you're going to be checking, sir? I'm asking you very short answer. Three aspects which you'll be checking.
One is if there is any leftover explosive which could become a safety issue. Second is about the debris, and thirdly about the smoke in the area, so that the visibility, and we need to restore the traffic as quickly as possible. Thank you, sir. Mishra ji. Sorry, I'm sorry.
ऑल्सो जो केस की स्थिति है उसके हिसाब से कार्रवाई की जाएगी। नहीं, आसपास की सोसाइटीज में कोई डैमेज ब्रॉडली नहीं है, लेकिन जैसा मैंने बताया अभी जस्ट ब्लास्ट होके हटा है। एक घंटे के अंदर स्थिति बेहतर पता लगेगी।
All right, that was, we are getting in a word from the police commissioner and also the Noida Authority CEO. All right, I'm told that Alok Singh, the police commissioner, is with me on the broadcast. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for joining us on CNN News 18. A very important task of the implosion of these twin towers that has been come into effect. But now is the big question of the after effect. Can you take us through that, sir?
This is too early to comment about it, but let me tell you and reassure you, the implosion has gone as per their plans, the way it was planned by the engineering. It's completely as per plan, but still they are assessing on the spot, and we will be able to figure out some time. Thank you so much.
Mr. Singh, one last question. How soon can people be allowed to come back to their respective houses, ones who reside in ATS and in Emerald Court? Seem to have lost that link with Mr. Singh. I'll try and go back to our reporters on ground. Akash is with me on the broadcast. Akash, I will try and get a sense from you. Now that the authorities are saying that the implosion has gone as per plan, what is the impact on ground is what we are trying to ascertain. All right, I'm told that I've lost that link with Alok. I'll try and get our reporters back on, but let me actually show you through our cameras right here on what we see after the twin towers have not now gone away from the skyline. This is the visual that we are showing to our viewers. Now those twin towers are no longer there in sight. Those twin towers that stood there as one of the tallest structures in the country are not there anymore. Very close to about half an hour ago is when the implosion took place. All right, I'm told I'm now joined on the broadcast by Mr. Vikram Singh, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We just heard Mr. Alok Singh that the implosion has gone as per plan. However, it is still too early to ascertain on the kind of damages that might just be in the adjacent buildings. Now that the implosion has taken place, the visuals are everywhere. They're flashing every screens at the moment. It was quite a spectacle, but not so much for people who were residing in the societies close by. What will you say after this implosion has taken place?
I'm in total agreement with Alok Singh. Yes, the implosion part was flawless, but thereafter you have to be extremely. I don't say that there's any flaw post implosion, but yes, the precautions that need to be taken, perhaps the amount of debris that has fallen down almost to the level of the fourth floor, that probably we did not expect that the debris would be as much as this. We were expecting something around maybe 80,000 even plus tons of debris, but this is immensely more, seems to be immensely more in volume. Now the clearing of the debris, the clearing of the air and the SPM particles may take a little longer. Of course, there was a lot of exuberance and there's a lot of anticipation that perhaps the wind velocity would be such so as to clear the air sooner than we had expected. But it is better to keep our fingers crossed, keep our preparations ready, and all the contingency plans have to be in place for the next 48 hours at least, in the sense that the pollution levels, because it remains to be seen what kind of collateral damage may have been done. It has to be ascertained now. It may take another 12 hours to ascertain.
You know, I'd like to actually break this very, very good news that is just coming in from edifice officials. Remember, edifice was the agency who was responsible for the detonation that has taken place. Now, they have said that there has been no damages to the residential towers in the adjoining Emerald Court after the Supertech demolition. That's some good news, sir.
Big relief to me because I'm a resident of the Supertech Emerald Court, and that good news is primarily not only for them but for me individually and personally. Well, God bless edifice, and of course it remains to be seen and examined to what extent other precautions need to be taken in terms of senior citizens, in case of those who are ill, and also first aid in respect of those who may have respiratory problems. These are things that need to be addressed at certain villages. They do happen. Such a massive arrangement, there are bound to be last minute glitches that have to be addressed.
Right. Right, Mr. Singh, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Appreciate you joining us. Let's also take a look at one of the reactions that we are getting from NDRF officials after this implosion has taken place.
देखिए हमारे को एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने रिक्वेस्ट कर टीम स्टैंड बाय करने के लिए, जो उनके रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से हमने टीम्स यहाँ लगा रखी हैं। रेस्ट जितनी भी डिटेल है वो प्रशासन देख रहा है, उसको तो आपको वहाँ से मिल जाएगी। एनडीआरएफ का जितना काम था वो पूरा होने का हमारी अभी तक कोई रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं।
हमने देखा था पूरी तरह से तैयारी थी, एक तरह से सामान निकाल कर रखे गए थे, उनकी कोई जरूरत नहीं पड़ी अब तक?
नहीं, अभी तक जरूरत नहीं पड़ी है। बाकी अभी मीटिंग है तो
यहाँ से अब रिलीव कर दिया गया है। अभी
मैं मीटिंग के लिए जा रहा हूँ, जैसे आदेश मिलेगा तो मिलेगा।
ओके, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
Let me now go across to Mr. Vishal Kumar, who is the Secretary of NEFOWA, joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Kumar, thank you so much for joining us on CNN News 18. We have been actually tracking all the developments ever since the Twin Towers stood, and now that they are finally down to the ground. Now we have a word from edifice officials that thankfully there has been no damage to the Emerald Court buildings, which were very close, remember, to the Twin Towers. 9 meters apart was one of the towers of Emerald Court. That's some good news and some respite for people who stay at Emerald Court and who are all set to return in the evening at about 6 p.m. once there is a clearance.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Kumar, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can.
Yes, please go ahead.
First of all, thank you for taking time to cover all the story, and congratulations to Defy's team. As long as we heard from media, there is no damage to the nearby building. So once again, congratulations to carry out such successfully. And another point, since the tower have been demolished now, so it's not just the tower. We have demolished one of the corruption which have been done by Supreme Court of India, and really very thankful to the Court of India that they have given such orders to demolish this building. So Now this building have been demolished. What should be the next action? What should be the next course of action taken care by authority? So now we'll have to see which society will have illegal buildings and what are the actions we can take about. We as an organization we have taken lots of RTI. We have sent lots of complaints and still we are waiting for response. And we hope after this incident, authority will take our complaints proactively and they'll do something to prevent all these things happening in the future.
And a word here, sir, on the implosion. Do you think this is something, obviously this has never been done before, and the trickiness of the situation was the fact that it was so close to the adjacent two societies, and now that it has been successfully carried out. A word here on the edifice and JET, both these agencies who have successfully carried out this implosion and never before seen in India.
Yeah, that's what I said. Congratulations to the entire team who carried out this explosion. So we heard that the blast sound will be heard almost around from 10 kilometer. And I think it was not heard. And as long as we see on the media, the dust and everything is being settled down. And we hope there is no as such damage to the nearby building and there is no casualty at all. So this is the first time in India such lengthy building have been demolished. And then team did it really very well.
All right, Mr. Kumar, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you joining us here on CNN News 18. Remember, we have since the beginning, since the morning and also yesterday, taking you through all the developments from on ground. Our reporters are also on ground taking stock of all the situation. I'm also now joined by Mr. Suhas, the DM of Noida, on the broadcast. Mr. Suhas, now that there has been a successful implosion that has been carried out, your first words, sir.
The demolition process has gone as per the plan. We are taking all the precautionary measures to ensure that the post-demolition process is completed as per what we have decided. So we are specially monitoring the pollution levels. The water has been sprinkled continuously and all the other precautionary measures. So largely everything has gone by plan. Still the experts are on a site and we want to ensure that every micro detail goes as per the plan. Thank you.
Mr. Suhas, one more thing that I'd want to understand from you. There has been so much of weight for the people in the nearby society, especially Emerald Court, who took this matter to the court. There's so many questions when it comes to the probe. In which direction is it going? Now that the Twin Towers are no longer there, they have been razed to the ground. If you can throw light on which way is the probe really going?
Yes, as all of us know, Honorable Court had directed for the process and it has been closely monitored process. And today the challenge was to ensure that there is no loss of life or property, and the team had worked quite hard in the last few days. So yes, I think the process has been completed, but still the expert teams are on the spot, and we want to ensure that every micro details are observed and there is no problem for any residents who are residing around the area.
Mr. Suhas, you obviously must be getting all the word that's required from all the departments that are currently on ground, taking stock of the situation, trying to ascertain that the debris are also cleared at the earliest. What is the timeline that you are giving? Because the debris are a lot. What is it that is going to happen from now on once the dust is settled and once the debris are going to be taken away from this very spot?
The CBRN teams are on the ground. The Noida Authority teams, Pollution Control Board teams, and the utility teams, the Hydel Electricity Department teams, Pollution Control Board teams, different teams are on the ground. They have all been given standard operating procedure and their responsibilities. We want to ensure that we want to get all the residents who have been evacuated at the earliest back to their residences, and we want to ensure that all micro details seen around the area are monitored closely, and there's no hassle for the residents of Noida and people who are living around the airstrike winter.
All right. And Mr. Suhas, one final word that I'd like to understand. The expressway and also the airspace was shut because of the implosion and because of the fact that this is going to actually lead to the emanation of a cloud of smoke that we saw in the visuals and also through the naked eye as we were reporting and constantly tracking all the developments from on ground. And how soon can people begin to come back to their respective houses?
Presently we are on ground zero and our teams are working hard to ensure that the air quality is brought back to normal limits at the earliest. So yes, all the departments have been given the mandate to ensure that as per the plan, we bring back the air quality to normal levels at the earliest.
And one final word on all the authorities who are currently on ground. We saw that you were actually taking stock of everything on ground right before the detonation, the implosion was all set to happen. What do you have to say about this very, very planned implosion that took place? And like we are hearing from the officials, whether it is edifice or otherwise, that this has gone as per plan. We also heard the police commissioner saying just as much.
Yes. It has been a planned execution of the demolition. So it has gone as per the plan. But still, the experts are on the site and they are looking for the debris and looking for the micro details on the spot. So we don't want to leave any corner untouched. So we want to ensure that it is completely executed as per the plan, and post-demolition precautions are also in place.
All right. And Mr. Suhas, once before I let you go, what is that word that you will want to send out to the people who are staying in Sector 93? Because this is going to take about 3 to 4 months for the debris to be completely taken away from the site where the Twin Towers really stood some time back. What is it that you're going to say to the people till the dust settles? Because remember, we're talking about Noida, we're talking about Delhi NCR, not known for the Delhi air quality as well.
It will certainly not take 3 to 4 months. It will be much quicker than that. And we want to ensure that the air quality index is brought back to the normal limits at the earliest. Therefore, the teams will work in and around Sector 93 day and night. And we want to ensure it is done at the earliest. And yes, we would like to assure all the citizens of Noida that the administration will leave no stone unturned. We will do all within our power to ensure that normalcy is brought back immediately. As of now, everything is under control, but we'll ensure that AQI is brought into control at the earliest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suhas. Appreciate you joining us. I continue to be with Mr. Vishal Kumar, Secretary NEFOWA. Mr. Kumar, we just heard the Noida DM. Some good news. He says that the debris might just be cleared before that 3 months time span that has been given to us.
Yeah, I think Suhas Alwai is doing a pretty good job. We have seen the arrangements what they have done in the morning, and I saw Ritu Mahestri also was there on zero ground. And it was a very good work done by Noida authority and the administration part, entire police fraternity. Everyone was there. So arrangements and everything is good. Debris will of course will take time to get clean from the area, and then the most important thing is to maintain the air quality in that area. So now we have to see how this is going to happen, because
also,
water
Mr.
can and
Kumar,
everything
a
is
word
there.
here on the RWAs of not just the society of Emerald Court and ATS. We're also talking about the adjoining societies. They have really done wonders when it comes to actually ensuring that the people are not inconvenienced. They, in fact, got in people who did not have anywhere else to go to get into their own societies, get the clubhouses open for them so that they are not inconvenienced.
So it is really a tough job for them. So everybody is out as of now from that area, and as long as I spoke to few of the residents, few of my friends, they are outside from this vicinity. They are staying either the friend's home, or some of them went outside Noida to stay at some hotel or some resorts. So it will be really tough for them to come back and to see how dust has impacted their house and appliances. Obviously, it will take more time to get everything clean. And it was a good effort, and it was good support from nearby areas, that they have supported this activity very well. And then we hope that everything goes well and that there should not be any damage to their building at all.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, for joining us on the broadcast. I'm also now joined by my colleague Nikhil, who continues to track all the developments on ground. Yes, Nikhil, if you can just take our viewers through the location where you are at and the impact of the demolition for you. What did you feel?
So the impact of the demolition, Greha, when we were there, all the residents of the nearby society, they came out on their balconies to get a view of the same. They were also reiterating the fact that media is someone who has hyped this particular event, but it is already, in that sense, historic. This is the reason why all the people came out in the balconies to get a glimpse of those particular seconds. But now let's talk about the after effects of the demolition. So the building has finally been demolished. Now what is left is the debris. We can expect few-story building debris which has been gathered at that particular location. Also at this site, Noida authorities there, pollution control authorities are there, utility teams are deployed. Different teams are already on the ground zero and they already have all the set SOPs which has to be followed after the demolition. In fact, talking about the advisory which was issued, so many of the nearby residents, they are still, at the places where they were already diverted. Are already reaching at the ground zero. So the authorities are trying their best for the very first time to settle the dust. This is their main objective. So all the water tankers as well, which were deployed at the ground zero, they are now being pushed right at the site where the demolition has taken place. If we talk about the overall ground situation, there is not that kind of dust, that kind of balloon of dust which we were expecting. It has already settled in that level. We can see now the twin towers are gone. They were expected to go down, few months back. But after a long legal battle of 10 years, finally it has gone down. And all the authorities are on the ground zero. In fact, if we talk about the names, the Noida district magistrate, Suhas Elwa, he is already closely monitoring the situation. Along with him is the presence of Noida Police Commissioner Alok Kumar. They are now present at the ground zero. Many of the people are already here, the nearby residents. In fact, they were advised by the authorities not to come near the radius of the twin towers. But after the demolition, we can see that many of the people, out of their excitement, they can be seen not just outside their balconies as well, but there are people who have gathered on the roads. But the after effect is something which is really very much important. The people, the residents of the nearby societies, Greha, they were already advised that they have to shut down their windows, their doors as well for a few days until the dust actually settles down. Also, the fire brigade can be seen here. So the so far the plan of the Noida administration is to make sure that all the dust particles are settled down as early as possible. But we can, clearly say that the dust particles in that sense already have gone. They have disappeared. We can see the clear view of the society where the Twin Tower was erected. But now what we can see that everything is standstill except for the Twin Towers which are already demolished. Back to you, Greha.
Right, Nikhil. Thank you so much actually for bringing us up to speed with what you see on ground, because this is the important part. On the clearing of the debris, the impact of the implosion, and also how soon can people begin to return to their houses. This is something that we will continue to track. Nikhil continues to be with me. We will let him go to the place to ascertain what is it that is happening on ground when it comes to the debris clearing. And remember, we also have been trying to get a sense of the smog gulls that are currently on ground, trying to dissipate as much water so that the dust settles. From where I can see, the dust has fairly settled on the side of the ATS Green and Emerald Court Towers. But because of the wind, the direction of the wind, which is going towards Greater Noida, we do not know what is the situation when it comes to the other societies, whether it is Parsvanath Shrishti or Eldico, which is on the other side of ATS Greens and Emerald Court. We will see what is happening. We'll try and get our reporters who are reporting from these various societies. We can see from the visuals over here that this flyover is also fairly, where people were here assembled. They've all begun to leave now that the Twin Towers have been demolished. and people are also beginning to go back now that the spectacle is over. However, now comes the important part on the after impact of the demolition. Mr. Kumar continues to be with me on the broadcast. Mr. Vishal Kumar, who's the secretary of NEFOWA. Mr. Kumar, we were just letting our my colleague Nikhil give us a sense of what is happening on ground right now. The diversions stay. The smoke guns are doing their job, trying to settle the dust that has emanated because of the demolition. However, we also need to look at the people residing in the other societies, because all the reporters, all my colleagues are talking about the direction of the wind, which is going and moving towards Greater Noida. That means that the society, which is beyond ATS Green, is also going to be going to have an impact because of the dust cover. What on that as well, sir?
It is very tough to predict anything as of now. It's all depend how the wind velocity is going to be and how badly this will impact. But yes, the person who have some problem, let's say for asthmatic patient or anyone, they need to be very careful. Even it is not very close to that electricity, but they need to see and watch. So everything will depend how wind flows and what are the speed. Nearby societies everywhere they heard some sound, but it's all about dust and debris everywhere. So we don't know as of now. But yes, it will have some impact, and we need to be very careful in those areas. And people with having respiratory disease, they need to take care of themselves at least for next 2-3 days till the time dust get settles.
All right, and Mr. Kumar, the fact that we are trying to ascertain all the details after this particular blast has happened, we are being told from the authorities, especially the police commissioner, we've had a word with him. Now, he's saying that the blast has taken place as planned. However, the impact on ground is something we are yet ascertaining. There are still some unconfirmed reports that the boundary wall of a particular society, we do not know whether it is ATS Green or it is Emerald Court, has been hit. We are still to actually confirm this report. However, this is a word that is also coming, still unconfirmed, sir.
So it all depends, sir. So as of now, unless we don't have any confirmed news, if we say anything about that, that will be kind of image to take people in fear. So now there will be some impact in terms of when we see the building was demolished in just 9 seconds. And we have seen the cloud of dust which has come out after demolishing. So what impact is there, whether it has impacted some buildings, some boundary wall, anything like that, or some mirrors? So I think we should wait for complete clarity on the reports, and then we'll see how it's going to impact the society of the nearby area.
Mr. Kumar, when it comes to the Noida Authority, the Pollution Control Authority, the utility teams that are on ground, obviously they are set to move in a certain amount. They need to follow SOPs that have been put in place. That is something that they have to do. The aftermath is something that we are closely monitoring. We are yet to ascertain whether there is a damage at ATS Green that the society has suffered. However, the authorities are doing their job. What is it that you think, if at all they are done in a synchronized manner, how soon will things come back to normal?
As of now, looking at the preparation what authority have done, the entire Noida administration have done, we are very confident that they're going to carry out all these precautionary things. And looking at the things, I think it will take another 3 to 4 days to at least have some control over the situation. But dust and debris will take time to get removed. But yes, I would like to thank entire authority team and firefighting team. I have seen them; they're already synchronized and they're very well prepared over there.
All right, Mr. Kumar, kindly stay on with me. Let me also show our viewers what is happening at the flyover at the moment. There's some sort of water sprinkling that's happening over here also, if my cameras can show you. Any sort of dust is trying to be settled because of the water sprinkling. However, they're doing it on ground. There is no smoke gun at play here because the dust cover hasn't yet reached this particular spot where I am reporting from. However, the sprinkling is going on so that any kind of dust can settle and the roads really are clear of any sort of dust that can be removed. Also on the broadcast is Mr. Vikram Singh, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Singh, authorities are working endlessly to ensure that things are back on track normally. What is it that you'd say to them at the moment? This is the crucial time.
I would like to compliment Alok Singh and Ritu Maheshwari for running the extra mile for all of us. And indeed, they are the salt of the earth and the services when it comes to doing extraordinary work. But yes, the follow-up has to be, and the follow-through is as important as the execution itself. The execution was flawless, there is no doubt about it. But the follow-through, now the dust, the debris, the pollution, and the care of the elderly, the ill, and also of the stray animals will have to take precedence. And also how to see that there is no epidemic that spreads because of the pollution. The clearing of the debris, I'm told, would require hundreds of trucks for many, many weeks together. That of course is an issue, because if this is not cleared, that can again be a breeding ground for infectious diseases. And I believe that the debris, your wonderful coverage shows that is almost to the level of the 4th floor of the tower Astor 1. It is a scary situation, and I do hope that Ritu ji is listening to me and she will take adequate pains to ensure that the debris is cleared, and the presence of the fire service, the police and the medical and the paramedical staff is there for the next at least 2 weeks till everything is all clear.
Mr. Singh, now that you have seen all that has happened ever since this implosion has taken place, do you think things are going as planned when it comes to all these authorities which are currently on ground trying to ascertain that things are back to normal, or there is a little more lacking that you'd like to for them to work on a war footing when it comes to that normalcy to be restored?
Absolutely, take the people into confidence, the RW into confidence, and ensure that sanitation and hygiene are looked after. The medical and the health services and the sanitations are given the due importance, and of course the elderly and the ill are given the topmost priority as which they richly deserve. And I would again commend the authorities for what they have done, the excellent job that they have done. But yes, this is just the beginning. And execution brilliantly executed, but the follow-through is even more important, and this is where I would request them to place the interest of the elderly and the infirm and the aged, the sick, on the topmost priority.
Absolutely. And Mr. Singh, when we're talking about the follow-through, one important thing that I'd once again take our viewers through is how the authorities are going to go back to the site, and they are all set to ascertain whether the foundational structures are all right for the people to return to their houses. Now that remains a very, very important thing. Mr. Singh, if you can hear me.
Yes, yeah. For the people to go inside their homes, they have to, again, as I said before, they have to be taken into confidence, assured and reassured multiple times that they are in very safe hands. The district authority is at the beck and call, and if there is any requirement for their intervention, they will not be found wanting, and they have not been found wanting earlier also. And they can trust, let me tell you, I can vouch that both Ritu Maheshwari ji and Alok Singh and the district magistrate are people who can be relied upon. We have fortunate to have the best people of the services here, and indeed they can be trusted to rehabilitate all of us in the Super Tech Emerald Port.
Right. Mr. Singh, in fact, the visuals on the screens, our viewers can actually see, we can show what is happening after those twin towers have been demolished. We can see that plume of smoke which remains subdued in the lower part of where the demolition has taken place. So that is yet to settle. However, the water sprinkling is happening on a war footing from where we can see even the road leading up to the ATS Green Society from where we are at the JP Tower. Even that is being sprinkled by water. Even this particular society, this particular flyover, there's water sprinkling happening. thick plume of smoke remains where the building has just come down. So that is the tricky part. And I'd let Mr. Kumar come in over here. Mr. Kumar, you know, very rightfully, Mr. Singh was talking about how the things need to be done on a war footing, especially for children and the elderly who might suffer because of the pollution aspect of this particular building that's come down, the twin towers that have come down.
Mr. Vikram has actually said we have based officers in place in Noida, and then we can trust them that they're gonna get the situation controlled in very soon. So now follow through, which is very important as of now, to see how quickly they're gonna do it and how soon we can have the situation under control. And in Delhi, childs, ill people, they all need special care as of now. And we hope Ritu Maheshwari and Suhas Selvai will do excellent job as they have done in the past. And we are very hopeful for that.
Right, Mr. Kumar and Mr. Singh, please continue to be with us on the broadcast. We are also showing the after effect of the demolition, the implosion that has just taken place. The place where we are at, this particular JP flyover from where I am reporting out of, there has been a water tanker that has just left this particular spot. Ample water sprinkling is happening so that the dust really settles down. Remember, there is a thick cloud of dust that emanated from the implosion that took place at 2:30. A water tanker has just crossed this particular area where I am standing at. You can see this entire road over here, this entire flyover has been actually sprinkled with a lot of water so that dust can settle down. However, I can tell you this much. There is no difficulty in breathing. There has not been any kind of dust that has come to this side because of the wind direction, which is in the other direction of the implosion. So all the dust is going that way from where I am standing. So that ways we have been fairly okay when it comes to the aftermath of the implosion that has taken place. But if I can actually get my cameras to close in, this is the visual that we are also getting from the blast site, the ground zero, where now demolished twin towers debris now remain. Actually the smoke of dust, the cloud of dust which is suspended in the lower reaches of the one standing structure of the Supertech twin towers, that place is the trouble area. That is the ground zero where ample water sprinkling for the debris to settle down needs to be done. Of course, there are SOPs in place to actually ascertain what is it that needs to be done first so that things go as planned. However, this is the second step. After the implosion, there have been smoke guns, water tankers at play, doing their job, sprinkling water all around the area in the 500-meter radius of the one standing Supertech twin towers ever since the demolition has taken place at 2:30 p.m. My colleague Nikhil is also joining me on the broadcast now. Nikhil, I was just talking to our viewers about the water sprinkling and other arrangements that are being done. What can you tell our viewers on the SOPs that are in place when it comes to the authorities doing their job after the implosion has taken place?
So, Greha, once the implosion is done, what we can see on the ground zero, to start from the ground zero, we can see that there is heavy police deployment, paramilitary forces. They have also been deployed on ground zero. There are many of the spectators as well who are here, who have gathered here to see the after effect of the explosion which has now taken place over the twin towers. Already, what we can see is that as per the SOPs, they have been directed that the anti-smoke guns, they are supposed to move around. Apart from the same, there are different machines as well which have been put into place by the Noida authorities. They are also on the ground zero to keep a check on the same. Apart from it, the firefighters can also be seen on the ground zero. All the teams have been alerted. The utility teams that we can talk about, they are already on the ground zero. And as per the SOP, they have to firstly check about the damage that has been done. Also, if we talk about the dust particle, the debris, so far, as mentioned by you as well, Greha, earlier as well, that we can see that there is already a clarity, in the environment. There is no dust particle or dust, balloon of dust that we were expecting. So it has settled down very early. And also we can see that, the JCBs are present here, the trucks are present here, and the vans are already present here, who are here to gather the debris. We have been told that the edifice engineering, the experts of the same, they are going to evaluate the situation. They are firstly going to check as to are there any of the damages nearby to particular societies. We have seen that there was just very minute distance between the Twin Tower and the ATS Tower. The Twin Tower, and on the left there were the Emerald Court as well. So firstly they are going to check if there is any of the damage, but prima facie it seems like everything is under control. Everything has gone as per the preparation of the different teams which were pressed into here at the ground zero, and there is already a presence of the senior VVIP officials as well. There is Noida Commissioner Alok Kumar. He is already here on the ground zero, and accompanying him is Noida District Magistrate Mr. Suhas LY. So all the teams are here. They are closely monitoring the situation. But first and foremost, they are going to check as to what are the damages that have been done. In fact, the reports are coming is that there are some minor damages to the boundary wall, only to the boundary wall. That means no loss of life has been reported, no loss of, in that sense has been reported, but just a minor damage to the boundary wall of the nearby society. It has been reported, but we need more confirmation on the same. You can see the sprinkling of water is being done. All the tankers which were deployed here by the authorities, they have now started working as per the SOP. So this is something which we can see. Also, the ambulances have been asked to move around for meeting any of the contingency. This is the reason why the senior officials, they are already on the ground zero. I would urge my camera person on the left to show you the visuals of this particular car. This is the Scorpio car. We can see that they are from the C&D Waste Recycling Plant Department, which falls in the Noida Authority. Also, they have been put here. The ambulances are already moving. The corridors were made. This is what we have been telling you since morning. So all the officials, they are currently ascertaining the situation as to what is the impact of the demolition.
I just spotted a mini truck taking some plants and some trees. Do you think there have been damages to some plants and trees because of the implosion? Do we have a word on that? Siddhant, if you can hear me. Siddhant, I just happened to see a mini truck who was taking some plants and trees that possibly must have gotten uprooted because of the implosion. Do we know of any such damages because and after impact of the implosion? All right, I'll try and go back to my colleagues on ground. Right now, going back to my guests who are patiently waiting, Vikram Singh, former DGP Uttar Pradesh, and Vishal Kumar, Secretary, NEFOWA, continue to be with me on the broadcast. Mr. Singh, I'll come to you right now. I'll just take the same question to you. We do not know about the damages. We're still ascertaining what has happened after this implosion. However, from what I saw at this place where I'm standing at, there were trucks which were taking some trees that possibly might have gotten uprooted because of the implosion. Of course, we'd have to be ready for all those damages because of this planned demolition.
Well, yes, such things do happen, and after such a major operation, well, it was best avoided. It is just too bad that I think even if there were a couple of trees or more trees that have uprooted, I think we'd be getting off rather too cheaply also. I do hope it is not more than that. But yes, let us see if the trees can be transplanted back or what can be done to restore the greenery. But the damage has to be assessed now. I believe the process has begun. I'm given to understand the process of assessment has begun. It may take a little while, maybe 24 hours, to assess what damage to the structures, to the foundation, to the electrical installations, to the gas supply and other infrastructure may have been caused, and what may have happened inside also due to the vibrations, because the strong vibrations also have a knack of impacting negatively the electrical installations and other structural and bringing about something that is known as causing damage to the structural foundations, starting from the foundation right up to the ceiling, that have to be assessed, and the structural engineers are the best people to understand and estimate whether any damage has been done to the structure, electrical installations, the fire service capacity of the buildings. They all have to be re-audited and reassessed.
Right. Mr. Singh, I'd let our viewers see what is happening at the moment. And Mr. Kumar, I'll come to you then. We just saw another round of these water tankers sprinkling water further at this flyover. Because, normally we can just say vaguely that there is no air pollution in this particular spot. But we do not know what is the impact. We cannot tell unless and until there is some sort of a reader over here which can actually talk about the deterioration in the air quality. And to ascertain all of that and to figure that there is no further damage when it comes to the AQI, at least in this area, which is about 300 to 400 meters away from where the demolition took place, these water tankers continue to do their job. They're sprinkling water over here, even at this place. Remember, we are far away from the demolition area. The smoke has not come to this side. All right, I'll come to you, Mr. Kumar. Alok Singh, Noida Police Commissioner, is again joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for being a part of this discussion. Very important implosion that has taken place as per the Supreme Court order. Has it gone as planned, sir?
Yes, it's a complete execution as per the plans. We have been planning it for last couple of months. A lot of team effort had gone into it. Various experts were roped in, and today finally it went as per the copybook.
Also, sir, we are being told that the boundary wall of the ATS Green Society might have gotten hit. There might have been damage. Do we have that?
The expert teams, the engineering teams, they are still on the spot. They are assessing it. Yes, it seems that there was some breach of the parameter of the ATS. That's what the initial information is. But the extent of the damage is still being assessed. But that's only on the parameter boundary.
And the way the things are standing at the moment, sir, how soon can people begin to return to their houses?
The cleansing process is on. The Noida Authority has deployed multi-task teams who are working at cleaning, restoring many connections.
And reconnect with more people from the authority to actually give us a sense of what could be the after effect of this implosion. I'll go back to my guests who continue to be with me. Mr. Kumar, I'll come back to you now. We just heard the Noida Police Commissioner. He is saying that the demolition has gone on as planned. So this is a sense of respite that we might get, and also this eventually would lead to all the residents to come back to their houses in due time.
Yes, as Mr. Alok said, explosion has gone as per the plan. I think looking at the image...
Before I do that, let me quickly cut across Chetan Datta's reaction. He is, remember, the person who pressed the blaster button. Let's quickly listen into that.
बिल्कुल बटन दबाने के सेकंड बाद में खड़ा हो गया देखो मैं देख रहा हूं तो वहां बिल्डिंग नहीं दिख रही धुआं था।
अच्छा, कितनी दूरी पर थे वहां से आप?
जस्ट 70 मीटर अवे फ्रॉम देयर।
अच्छा, 70 मीटर की दूरी पर सबको 250 मीटर दूर रखा गया। मतलब बड़ी हिम्मत चाहिए थी 70 मीटर दूर रहने के लिए।
नहीं, वी आर वेरी ऑफन वी आर यूज्ड टू इट।
अच्छा सर, एक बार नाम बता दीजिए।
हां, मैं चेतन दत्ता।
अच्छा, आप ही पे सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी थी
शायद।
अच्छा, जिम्मेदारी को पूरा किया।
डेमोलिशन रहा कैसा आपके तरीके से?
सर, कितनी देर लगी?
सक्सेसफुल रहा।
हां, 100% सक्सेसफुल।
100%।
कितनी देर लगी सर? जैसे कह रहे थे 12 मिनट
लगे। द सेम टाइम 9 सेकंड में बिल्डिंग पूरी क्रैश कर गई।
अच्छा, 9 सेकंड में। मतलब अब लग रहा है कि जो सोचा था वो कर पाए।
बिल्कुल जो हमारी प्रेडिक्शन थी 100% सक्सेसफुल हुई है। 100% पास हुई हैं।
अच्छा, जैसे कहते हैं ना कि एक पूरी टीम का वर्क होता है, तो पूरी टीम बधाई की पात्र है कि कर दिखा?
सर बिल्कुल पूरी टीम बधाई की पात्र है। और जब ब्लास्ट होने के बाद हम पांचों अंदर गए और हम लोगों ने बिल्डिंग को अच्छी तरह इंस्पेक्ट किया, उसके जस्ट 5 मिनट बाद हम लोग रो रहे थे।
और सर कितने लोग थे, कितने इन्वॉल्व थे, आपने कितने लोग कितने लोग थे?
मैडम टोटल 10 लड़के मेरी टीम में थे और 7 फॉरेन एक्सपर्ट्स थे हमारे और 20 से 25 की एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग की टीम थी।
सर जैसे आपने एक्सपीरियंस बताया, आप कितने दूर थे, मतलब पूरे?
मैडम सिर्फ 70 मीटर दूर थे इस ब्लास्ट से
जी। और जो प्रोसीजर हुआ, जब बटन दबाया, क्या थी सर, फीलिंग क्या थी उस समय?
आधे घंटे पहले जब सायरन दबा दिया गया, बजा दिया गया, आधे घंटे पहले हम पांचों आपस में एक दूसरे से कोई बात नहीं कर रहे थे, सिर्फ दूसरे का चेहरा देख रहे थे। और जैसे बटन दबने के इमीडिएटली बाद जब मैंने खड़े होकर बिल्डिंग की तरफ देखा तो सिर्फ वहाँ धूल का गुबार था और कुछ चिंताएं थी। और उन चिंताओं को देखते हुए हम लोगों ने धूल को सेटल होने की वेट नहीं की, जब से मास्क निकाले एंड हम सब भागते हुए बिल्डिंग की तरफ गए। और हमारा पहला कंसर्न एमराल्ड कोड था, उसको चेक किया, इट वाज कम्प्लीटली सेफ। एक एटीएस की तरफ हल्का सा एक जो कंपाउंड वॉल है उस पर थोड़ा सा पत्थर गिरा है, जिसकी वजह से 3 या 4 मीटर कंपाउंड वॉल टूटी है एंड एवरीथिंग इज सेफ एज पर आवर प्लान।
नाम और डेजिग्नेशन?
माय सेल्फ चेतन दत्ता, आई वाज इंडियन ब्लास्टर।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू।
Okay, so viewers, you were listening to Chetan Datta, who is the Indian blaster. He is the same person who pressed the green button, after which the explosion took place as per the plan. This is something which is being said by the officials. But as of now, if we talk about the officials who all are on the ground zero, we can assure you that all the senior officials, concerned authorities, they are currently stationed at the blast site. They are actually ascertaining as to what are the implications, what are the after effects of the implosion. So Noida Police Commissioner Alok Kumar, he is already here on the ground zero. In fact, since morning, he had actually taken over the command center. Sorry?
नुकसान नहीं हुआ, सिर्फ जो एटीएस सोसाइटी जो साथ में लगी हुई है उसकी 10 मीटर जो बाउंड्री वॉल है उस पे जो वेस्ट है, डेब्रिस है, वो हिट किया है, तो वो थोड़ी सी 10 मीटर्स में डैमेज हुई है। दैट्स इट।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू।
Okay, so 10-meter boundary wall has been hit by the debris, which has now been, this is being said by the Ritu Maheshwari, who is the CEO of Noida Authority. So all the officials, we were mentioning you viewers earlier as well, that all the senior officials are here on the ground zero at the blast site. Noida Police Commissioner Alok Kumar Singh, he's already here since morning. He's closely monitoring the situation. Along with him is Noida DM Suhas Elwa. He's also closely observing the situation as to what are the things which are unfolding minute by minute. If we talk about the ground situation, still there are many of the people, many of the spectators who are present here. There are residents of the nearby places. They have come here. In fact, some of the people have also come here, viewers, from the national capital as well, from the neighboring city as well, Delhi. They have come all the way at the ground zero to watch that particular second, that how the building has been demolished. Also, we can see many of the workers of the Noida Authority, they have already started working. These are the workers who are deployed on the ground. There is barricading still, in the nearby places of the Twin Tower. Also, the paramilitary forces, along with the Noida police personnel, they are still on the alert mode. They are checking as to what are the damages, if any, being reported at the blast site. And we were mentioning you earlier as well that the sprinklers are carrying out their job. They are sprinkling the water, just after the blast. So many of the tankers which were brought here, which were in fact on the standby mode, they have now started working on their own as per the SOPs, as per the protocols which were mentioned to them, beforehand, before few days.
in Noida. Remember, this is a very special day because today is the day when what is legal is standing tall and what is not has come crashing down. The site behind me used to have the Supertech Twin Towers. Now they are no more there because of an implosion that was ordered by the apex court of the country, and because of that, those very illegal structures, the Supertech Twin Towers, have been demolished. This is a court-ordered demolition that took place at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. We were here. We were taking stock of minute-by-minute details of that very planned implosion. That was where the structure stood. Our cameras have its eyes on this particular society, which really was having to battle because of those monstrosities which were there, right beside the Emerald Court and the ATS Green Society. Now these two societies and the residents of the two societies would heave a sigh of relief because of the illegal structures that have finally been grazed to the ground. Let's now try and get you a sense. We are also constantly playing those visuals for you on what is it that is happening after the implosion has taken place. You can of course see the plume of smoke that still remains, how the fire tenders are also on the spot trying to actually sprinkle ample water so that the dust really is subdued and that kind of impact on the air quality is reduced. The water tankers are constantly going in and around the 500-meter radius of where the Twin Towers really stood, and they are constantly sprinkling water. We are also showing you constant visuals of the area around this entire society, the ATS Green and the Emerald Court, that now will have its residents returning to their houses once they've gotten a go-ahead from the respective authorities. Remember, the SOP is that the smog guns are in place. They are sprinkling water for the dust to be settled, and then the authorities will go back to the respective societies. Remember, we're talking about the two adjacent societies. One is ATS Green, the other one is the Emerald Court, the Supertech Emerald Court, the very society, the residents of whose had took this battle to the Allahabad High Court, challenged the Supertech Twin Towers, the construction of the towers, the grazing of which was ordered by the Allahabad High Court, and that very verdict was upheld by the Supreme Court. So it's a big win for the residents of the Emerald Court. In fact, from where I am reporting, I can also see a plane flying. So that no-fly zone that was actually put in place has, I believe, been lifted. I can see a plane over there. I don't know whether the camera can see or not, but this is what the naked eye can tell you, that the no-fly zone has been actually taken away. So that really is not in place at the moment. Remember, there was a no-fly zone during the time of the demolition because of the debris and the dust that had emanated because of the implosion. So I believe that has been lifted because I do see planes flying. We have to see if the barricading and the checks and balances when it comes to traffic movements that have been put in place, whether they are now being removed or not. To get a sense of what is happening on ground, let me actually take it to my colleagues who are constantly reporting from over there. Akash, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast. Yes, Akash, over to you. Take us through what has been the aftermath of this very planned implosion of the Supertech Twin Towers. Okay. All right. All right, Akash, stay on with me. I'm also now joined on the broadcast by Mr. Arvind Kumar Jain, who's the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, and also Mr. Manish Kumar, who's the Senior Vice President of NEFOWA, joins me. Mr. Jain, I'll come to you first. The demolition has happened. The twin towers have been grazed to the ground. Now that you've seen it all play out, your first reaction, sir? I just wanted to understand, we are getting a word from the authorities that the demolition has happened as per the plan. Now that you've seen it all play out, what are your first reactions now that the demolition has finally happened? Right. Mr. Jain, stay on with me, please. I'm also now joined on the broadcast by Mr. Anupam Mishra, who's a resident Super Tech Eco Village. Mr. Mishra, I would come to you right now. What has been the impact of the implosion at 2:30 once the Twin Towers were brought down? What is it that you actually sensed and felt? Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, please. Seem to have lost that link. We'll try and reconnect. Remember, a word of a resident of a close-by society is very, very important. We'll try and actually reconnect with Mr. Anupam Mishra. He is a resident of the Supertech Eco Village, very, very close to the Emerald Court. All right, I'm told that he's back. Mr. Mishra, if you can hear me, wanted to understand what was the impact when it comes to you in your society of the implosion. Right. Mr. Mishra, for the benefit of our viewers, if you can, please help our viewers understand how far is the Supertech Eco Village from the Emerald Court and ATS Greens. If you can just let us know the distance, what is the vicinity like? And you could see that kind of plume of dust and smoke that emanated because of the demolition. Okay. So, Mr. Mishra, what is the advisory that has been given by your respective resident welfare association on the aftermath of the implosion? Is there an advisory that is in place in your society? Okay, all right. Mr. Manish Kumar also is with me on the broadcast. He's the Senior Vice President of NEFOWA. Mr. Kumar, you just heard one of the residents from one of the nearby societies, very close to Emerald Court in ATS Village. Of course, there is a sense of relief. However, there is also a sense of worry, especially for people who are old and residing in the nearby localities on what is going to be the impact of the air pollution that has happened because of the implosion. Hmm. Right. Okay. Mr. Kumar, the fact that whatever we are hearing from the authorities, of course, they are hailing the implosion and the way it has taken place. Carried out as planned is the official word. However, we are yet to ascertain in on-ground situation, a reality check, because that needs to be done. Of course, the authorities which have been given the task of going back to the respective societies, here we are talking about ATS Green and Emerald Court, to ascertain the damages. That really needs to be done before people begin to come back. What would you say to those very people who are waiting anxiously for that go-ahead that needs to be given from the authorities? Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Also, I'll come to you now, Mr. Jain. You heard Mr. Kumar and also one of the residents. We are also getting our reporters to go back closer to this area once it's safe. However, what we see through the pictures that are being released to us is some sort of a damage in and around the area that possibly ATS Green and Emerald Court, these two societies, have suffered. So that's also something that we need to look at over here. Huh. All right. Right. Trying to ascertain just that, Mr. Jain. Let me go to my colleague Akash, who is on ground. Akash, I believe the support staff has arrived at Supertech Emerald. Just take us through what all is happening on ground. All right, Akash, stay on with me. Stay on with me. I'm cutting across to my colleague Akash. All right, that was my colleague Yash along with Chetan Datta. Remember, Chetan Datta was part of the core team that was responsible for that implosion. All of 6 people who were actually allowed to go to the exclusion zone and press that button for that detonation. That really happened because of this one-point person, Mr. Chetan Datta. Of course, a man who was going through many emotions at that time, and my colleague Yash, who's got us that exclusive interview, would be able to tell us better on what all was he going through before pressing that button. Yes, Yash, over to you. Right, Yash, thank you so much for joining us, and I'd like to thank all the reporters, all my colleagues who have brought us all the reports constantly through the day ever since we actually ran up to this big demolition of the Supertech Twin Towers. We leave it at that. This was a big coverage on CNN News 18. Remember, the coverage which really ascertained the fact that these 2 towers of corruption really came down. Leaving it at that, slipping into a very short break right here on CNN News 18. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. या हमारी कोई गाड़ी है यहाँ पे ये पीछे
हिंदुस्तान समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
This side.
जबरदस्त धमाका आपने देखा अभी
और पानी का ये वो राइट हैंड साइड पे चल वाइट है मेरा
किनारे लगे तमाम पेड़ पौधों पर इसी तरीके से धूल धुएं का गुबार दिखाई दे रहा था और इस धूल को हटाने के लिए, पोल्यूशन दूर करने के लिए इसी तरीके से बौछार लगातार की जा रही है। साथ ही हम देखें तो ये सामने दूसरी तरफ हमें दिखाई दे सकता है, लगातार ऐसे कई और वाटर टैंकर हैं जो इसी तरह से पानी की बौछार लगातार कर रहे हैं। हालांकि कुछ मेन रास्ते
मैं तो ट्रक का हो गया
समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हो गया समय की पाबंदी नहीं है। मैं तो ट्रक का हो गया समय की पाबंदी नहीं है। मैं तो ट्रक का हो गया
समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया।
समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया। समय की पाबंदी नहीं है। मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया।
समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया हो गया। समय की पाबंदी नहीं है। मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया हो गया। समय की पाबंदी नहीं है। मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया हो गया।
समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ।
ओए हो गया
समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ।
ओए हो गया
समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ।
ओए हो गया
समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ।
ओए हो गया हो गया।
समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया।
समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया।
समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया।
हाँ, समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया
हाँ, समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया
हाँ, समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया
हाँ, समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया
समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।
मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया। समय की पाबंदी नहीं है। मैं तो ट्रक का हूँ। ओए हो गया। समय की पाबंदी नहीं है।